Attention all students. We shall begin class in just a moment. For right now, we're going to let people know that we are beginning soon. right. Let me go ahead and do a quick microphone check. Testing. Okay. Testing. Okay. So, give me one moment. Testing. So, welcome to class. Today we will be going into review of my title cards. Now, you might let me go ahead and start off by saying you might say, what title cards? Well, I am a streamer on both Twitch. Well, I am a streamer on Twitch, and I re-upload 1 week afterwards on YouTube. The reason I do this is because I heard that it was against rules to upload on the day right afterwards, but either way, be sure to check the About section for my YouTube content. I have almost every single stream that I have done ever in the last 5 years plus on my YouTube channel. So I just want to throw that out there. Now let's begin with Season 0. Just like The Simpsons, I gave myself since I didn't start Season 0 at the very beginning of the year, I did in July. And The Simpsons, which I kind of based the Season 0 on, started with shorts on a late night broadcast. Now, let me start off with Season 0 cards. All right, so the first broadcast I ever did was the Rugrats Search for Reptar. Now, in the very first beginning of my title cards, I did something. I started off with the background. We would go ahead and be the same main color as the actual game itself. For example, example, I color dropped the palette of this game and color sampled it to be the same as the background for Rugrats Search for Reptar, the title card. Now, going forward, this is going to be a consistency. That's why I bring up the background. Secondly, this, I believe, is the only one that I decided to actually take just a picture of Reptar, because it is the Search for Reptar, and edit it so that you can see Yoshi, Reptar looking like a blue Yoshi. At the very beginning, I was going with the theming of having there be 4 designs that I'd be going with. I'd be going with a blue Yoshi, and we'll go to the other 4 when we get there. Put it in the cork board. Additionally, we go ahead and we take the title logo from the game, bam, and find a sampling of the name of it online and put that in the title card so we know what game I'm talking about. I also was suggested, I believe, way back when, by Asteroids, my friend, to put in the corner a little watermark. Hey, this belongs to Slots. Now, keep that watermark in mind, because, well, we will see it quite a bit, but also it'll be different at a certain point. Now, so I repainted it to look like Blue Yoshi. Thought the Blue Yoshi looked the coolest, and so that's why I designed it that way. So after that, just, hey, I want to do a test. I want to see if I could actually stream something. Could I put my gaming out there? Is that a possibility? I decided, you know what? I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna make almost every single day, or certain days, special. And you know what? Not only will I put out games, I'll have a theme to those days. Or Monkey Mondays. Give me one moment. For example, Monkey Mondays. which I would play Ape Escape and then maybe some Donkey Kong or, anything that had to do with monkeys. Whatever came to my mind when I was playing through Monkey Monday's calendar. And I figured I'd put out another, like, little character out there. For a while, I was I thought, G.I. Joe sounds cool. How could you include Pokemon with that? What if, and just these are random thoughts that I have, what if instead of, honestly, I didn't think of G.I. Joe, but it's being cool, but I was more of just a random connection that my brain made. What if instead of G.I. Joe, there was D.I. Toe, and we say that the significance of it is to celebrate the troops by having it be a camouflaged ditto. But also, it could be anything. It could be, dittos can shapeshift. I think the idea of shapeshifting is cool. So I thought, well, Ape Escape, they have the idea. You're trying to find monkeys, trying to find these little creatures out there in the woods and stuff like that. So what would be even more difficult to find would be a camouflaged slime ball, a ditto, which could shapeshift into anything, but it was like something that you're supposed to capture because it had the people helmet of Ape Escape. So that was another one of the ideas that I had. Used the watermark, added the title card, add the title to it. People knew it was playing. Very important stuff. Mentally, they'd recognize Ape Escape and also the color from the background of the Ape Escape game. Moving on, I did game that was very near and dear to me from the PlayStation 1 era, Spider-Man. And you might notice next to Spider-Man's colors and title and my little watermark of this was made by Slots, that isn't Spider-Man. I have a fan fiction of me going through different worlds, and eventually I got powers. So this is me as a superhero. We will leave it there for now. Foreign, but don't worry. screen to let people know, hey, this is one of the ideas for the 4 characters that I think about representing at the very beginning. And actually, the reason why my superhero self is no one can forget, in my opinion, for too long, when they think of Spider-Man, they think of that awkward moment, um, or just Spider-Man deciding to hang from a spiderweb upside down. So that was me as a superhero, the fan fiction I made. Give me one moment to make sure that the audio is on it. Okay. After a while, I decided, well, I beat Spider-Man 1. I believe that was just a 1 episode thing. So I recreated the Spider-Man style in Spider-Man 1. You pick up a lot of armor, spider armor, turns your body steel, having to do with the idea. Before Iron Spider, there was another company that wanted to go ahead and make armor for Spider-Man. They also, I believe, made the Spider-Man vehicle, Spider-Man car, or something like that for Spider-Man. Either way, in Spider-Man 1, you have the armor pickup. So I recreated my superhero self in a more spider armor theming. Next, I went with a Nicktoons day. Um, what was it? There's a special like something Wednesday or something like that that had to do with it. Either way, Nicktoons Unite has 4 characters working together. One of those characters was Jimmy Neutron, Boy Genius. So this is human me from the Chatter Dimension as Jimmy Neutron. And I believe that was one of the 4 that I conceptualized as one of my 4. Let's go between these characters when we're making title cards. My original conceptual idea of just let's keep them slightly different enough with the theming that I would have the me from the other dimension, the superhero me, a blue Yoshi representing me, and a shapeshifter, shapeshifting slime representing me. We went back to the Blue Yoshi for Codename Kids Next Door Operation Video Game. One of the things that you think of is number one, wearing sunglasses. So I just took the Yoshi idea that I came up with before, and honestly, I think I'll go ahead and use this one instead because this is my, I actually drew that, made this, and this one was just an edited picture. So this is a Blue Yoshi wearing number one's sunglasses. Next up, as I told Pepper, who we'll talk about probably later, when I when I first met her and she was asking about if I had alternate hair color, what would I want? I would want some gray hair or white hair with blue streaks in it. In fact, when I'm powered up in my superhero self, fanfiction self, I have white-ish, grayish hair with blue streaks. Now, the reason for this is because in my fanfictions naturally are based on an already existing IP. I have ghost powers, similar to Danny Phantom. So I figured, well, we did Jimmy Neutron for the first one. Well, for the second one, let's go ahead and put out a Jimmy Neutron inspired look. Moving on. Well, for the second one, we do with Danny Phantom. Yeah. Moving on. For whatever reason, this is one of the most commonly accessed videos on my YouTube. I don't understand it. I thought it wasn't. I thought it was art. I kind of got inspired to make this art from The Simpsons Treehouse of Horror, looking at how they drew skeletons, and I just thought that this could be probably human made as a skeleton becoming the Grim Reaper. Also, idea thought of by looking at Simpsons Treehouse of Horror. It was around Halloween. Yeah, that makes sense to me. But again, I don't know why it's the most commonly viewed video on my YouTube. Either way, this is like skeleton me with the robes similar to Grim from Grim Adventures of Billy and Mick. Now, after I was done with one of the episodes of Spider-Man 2, I decided. Oh, well, actually, hold on. Let's go back for a moment. Let's go just a little bit back. Not so much into looking at the title card, but into my thoughts about I wanted to do this specifically on Fridays. And the reason for that is because I grew up with Cartoon Fridays being on Cartoon Network. Special nightly occurrences every Friday where a character from the Cartoon Network shows Codename Kids Next Door, Samurai Jack, um, Powerpuff Girls, Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, would host and have interactions with other characters, talking about the one that comes to my mind always is Professor Utonium. Coming up next, we have an episode of Powerpuff Girls, followed by Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. Oh ho ho. Um, so that's why I wanted to do Cartoon Fridays way back when. And the reason why I bring this up with this particular title card naturally is because Codename Kids Next Door was a Cartoon Network show. But going back to Spider-Man, after my Spider-Man 2 Let's Play, I had time, so I did another game that I knew Spider-Man took was in. I decided to do X-Men 2, X-Men Mutant Academy 2, because I knew that he had an unlocked character, and I believe I was going to do Tony Hawk, but Tony Hawk, it is unfortunately the case of you needed to get like every single emblem or whatever, and I was like, no, I want to get right to the Spider-Man stuff. So X-Men Mutant Academy 2 had Spider-Man, just enter a code you can get. Uh, it's not one of my favorite episodes because of the lag, tremendous amount of lag that I have in the episode. But I made the best of it, I think. Um, I decided to do just an arcade run of Spider-Man. Once again, this is referencing Spider-Man, the art here. So, for those of you who don't know, in X-Men 3, Jean Grey becomes the Phoenix. But in a special comic book that I used to own, it might still own, not only does Jean Grey become the Phoenix, or Jean Grey doesn't become the Phoenix, but instead, Spider becomes the Phoenix. So I figured, let's take my character who I've written a couple of stories about, and I know when he and I become very, very upset, our eyes basically blast out our aura of blue and out of our eyes, out of like just our hands. We basically become just like a blue kind of like candle out of our hands and our eyes, and just we're ready to blast something. So I figured, well, if I got imbued with the power of the phoenix, this mystical force that just ups everything to an unstable level that you cannot control, uh, especially on your like when you first encounter it. Um, I just decided my superhero self as a phoenix, imbued self. That's why the bird is behind me, based on the type, based on this comic book cover. Now, at this point, you might notice that I tried to go with all four of my characters. With Jimmy Neutron, I went with Human Me. With Danny Phantom, I went with my superhero self. With Cosmo, Wanda, Poof, and Timmy, I went with my Yoshi self for Nicktoons Attack of the Toy Bots. So that was, again, back in season 0, where things didn't work out always very well. Had to, at a certain point, things were so glitchy with the emulator I was using that I decided, no, not going to yet. Maybe one day, not yet. But I think it was a good title card. Eventually, I decided to take it to play marbles, and I chose my Ditto character as a marble because the marbles that they decided at the very beginning to give us all were basic, like ping pong gray characters. I'd seen marbles being played on other people's streams, and I thought, well, you know what? This looks like a fun game. So I decided to go with Ditto as a marble. Moving on. Monkey Blue is a character. Hold on. In fact, I feel like at this point, let's test my something that I set up earlier. Let's go to the theater and watch our performance. Watch Monkey Blue in action. Give me one moment to make sure that the correct settings are the correct settings.
What's this?
Well, kid, you did good making it this far. Ever hear of the Freaky Monkey 5? Well, I'm Blue Monkey. The boss has ordered me to stop you, so I'm afraid that's what I gotta do. Don't take it personal, kid. I'm doing this for all the little monkeys out there.
Oh, yeah?
Well, you're definitely not a coward, are you? Hey, kid, didn't your mama ever teach you not to cross at a red light? Well, I'll make sure you never forget. Ha!
So, one of the characters that I remembered most from Ape Escape was Monkey Blue, and we already had a blue character, so Yoshi Blue was my thought. Also, you might notice on the helmet we have a Y representing Yoshi. Some of these are more evident, some of these aren't. You know, point it out for everyone, just in case they can't tell. Moving on, one of my most memorable summers of playing a game on stream, we have actually, superhero me. I can tell, I couldn't tell at first, but now I can tell with my superhero collar, wearing a helmet similar to the prototype design of one of the Rocket Power characters. Going back to the theater, I will show you prototype auto rocket, prototype rocket mask. You can see there they were making, sorry, very quick. When they were making the opener for Rocket Power, they added some of the prototype designs
We are riders on a mission, action, kills in play position, rocket power.
Now, I don't want to get. Usually, I wouldn't care about. You know what? Honestly, I don't really care about getting to. What do you call it? YouTube money.
We are riders on a mission, action, kills in fun condition, prepare to count down, rocket power.
All right. So that was what I was thinking with that particular design. Now, when I was younger, I was not brunette. I, in fact, was blonde. So, Rugrats, naturally, having to do with younger versions of the characters, I'm all grown up. I know the order was Rugrats, then all grown up, but at the same time, looking back at it, you find out what they look like when they get older. So in between, so I guess this would be toddler me, because I had blonde hair until about, what do you call it in the Shadow Dimension? Middle school. Yeah, yeah, middle school. Um, so this was a younger version of me, blonde, and then I became brunette. I won't say right now whether or not us in the VTubing dimension have it being called middle school or not. I will let that be something that you can speculate about. But yeah, that's Rugrats Royal Ransom. And next was we went back to my Ditto design. This time, instead of a pink design, I went with a Aku design based on the purple and black from Aku's design in the beginning of Samurai Jack, Shadow of Aku, getting those colors from who's designed there. Transferring over the goatee and the fiery eyebrows onto Ditto Me. Now, the other character from Ape Escape that a lot of people think of when they think of Ape Escape villains or clowns, really, was Monkey Red, the super heroish character that they had in the game. So this was the first, I believe, first Yoshi that I decided, let's not only go with Yoshi in blue, let's go with Yoshi in red for Monkey Red, Yoshi Red, Ape Escape 3. Notice, once again, the Y on the helmet. But maybe that was too much time for me without spending more time on a Ditto design. As right on the next episode, next game that I played was Powerpuff Girls Relish Rampage, and I thought, well, hold on, what kind of other shows have to do with people who would love Powerpuff Girls? And naturally, I watched some episodes of one of their. I watched some friendship episodes of one of their later series because of a Draconequus who was very entertaining and led me also towards a Star Trek watch along, enjoying watching Star Trek. Yes, it was so putting in Powerpuff Girls, I thought, well, there are characters called the Amoeba Boys who are, yeah, old time gangsters, yeah. The Amoeba Boys, yeah. But I thought, well, we can also take that idea, combine it with Ditto, and we could combine it with something else. Yes, I will. I will be playing. Yes, I will be playing. If you know what's coming. Yes. No, I didn't watch this particular series, but I will say I do enjoy the song, and I did see this particular character in the later series with Discord. So I kind of just want to go ahead and play a little bit, at least a little bit, of their song. If this gets cut out of the YouTube video, well, I am playing something that I'll explain later. But let's go to the theater first. It's a little higher than what I would have usually been playing it at, but I couldn't hear it too well. So, the Schmooze, which was the friend that you ponies, and Friendship is Magic Discord brings the Schmooze over to a gala. Puts the Schmooze is wearing a bow tie and a top hat. So I figured let's go ahead and combine that. They already are, if I remember correctly. Well, instead of looking like muck, they were green. I just put those details on the Amiibo Boy type figure, and this is what I came up with. Anyway, moving on. I ended up playing a big game during the time called which I played both the. I was playing and trying to earn the blue costume because blue I had set up as a character, but before that I was able to get the green design. These were T-Rexes, but at the same time I thought they looked enough like Yoshi to represent Yoshi. So Fall Guys characters and the mascot T-Rex costumes. which also represented my blue Yoshi character. I know I don't own Yoshi, and we'll talk about that later, but for right now, let's go ahead and take a commercial break, and we'll be right back. Now, I will also say that I did experience a birthday shortly after that. Um, yes, right here. Playing Pokemon Channel, which I decided to have naturally a Pokemon be on the title card, which was Ditto. Now I'm going to go ahead and testing. Uh, Testing. Okay. The keywords pressing should be a little bit better than that, but so we're gonna go ahead and keep going. Yeah. Okay. So I want to go ahead and edit this really quick for future use. Because don't worry, we'll come back to it. Also, for those of you who are wondering on my YouTube channel right now, I have no idea what the future holds, but right now, where is your Pokemon channel Let's Play? Fortunately hidden because I can't get all the episode to be shown because it does contain Pokemon channels. One of those channels being the anime Pichu Brothers. It used to be fine on Twitch, but then Twitch changed things where you can no longer have all of your uploads on your channel. YouTube is saying you cannot have, you need to maintain certain amounts of content, copyright, and all that kind of stuff. So for right now, and for the foreseeable future, either A, I will be having this episode just completely private, and maybe one day I'll share it through links or something. But the other option is that I would have it completely edited so that you basically don't even see. And one of the biggest things for this, for whatever reason with Pokemon Channel, Peachy Brothers Episode 2 is the big thing that they're like, no, you can show all the other episodes, but not number 2, not that second episode, no. So, I don't know. But either way, going back to the title cards, I also added a bit of a highlight here because spoilers. At the very end, you unlock the ability to show the Pokemon Channel feature episodes onto the night sky. That may or may not be why I put that there. I could also just have been very bad at cropping out the back. But one of those two, it definitely happened. Moving on, it was time for Halloween. What is the Cartoon Network primetime character that a dog boy who is a Great Dane would have on their channel? No, not Courage the Cowardly Dog. There were not video games of Courage the Cowardly Dog that were indie, and those came later. Would be Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights, to be more specific. Give me one moment while I do something to get for later usage. Anyway, yeah. Scooby-Doo 100 Frights. So I took the blue Yoshi version of me made them brown and gave them, even before I actually appeared on screen, before Asteroids helped me to figure that one out, I had a little bit of a, I guess it could be, looking back as a bit of an Easter egg of, yes, Blue Yoshi Slots is someone who enjoys Scooby-Doo so much and is a Great Dane dog boy that they would wear a Scooby-Doo collar and they have brown fur just like Scooby-Doo. Now, another game that I played, which was something that I definitely considered to be a Halloween type game. Most people wouldn't think of it at first to be one, but looking back at the magnum opus that I thought was everything Halloween, Simpsons Treehouse of Horror gave me an idea. And that idea was King Kong with a giant gorilla version of me. Of course, you see how strong Kong is in the movie, so I had to give him muscles on muscles. And this would also lead to another title card later. But for right now, let's move on. To our second second game, the Fairly Odd Parents were in, which was Shadow Showdown. I could not, in good consciousness, have me as my Blue Yoshi form or Timmy Turner in the game, so I used Human design and gave me green hair to represent Cosmo. Also with the Fairly Odd Parents style eyes and just a Fairly Odd Parents design. Now, going back to my comic roots, when a certain character wanted to find me but could not find me, they decided to clone me and came up with my brother, who I based on Predator and Wolverine and all of the more bad boy styling characters. Gave him an eye patch representing Snake. Mentally looking back at it now, it's probably Snake that inspired that. In the movie X-Men Origins Wolverine, after they give him the adamantium, the scientists are like, we'll erase his memory so he can just be a tool for us. And he busts out of the tank and holds out his arms and is like, "Rawr, I'm not going to let that happen. I'm going to run away." So I kind of just decided to go with that with my clone comic self, my fan fiction. And that's what you see here. Additionally, another game that I played that year was, and I'm realizing at this point that some of these are not exactly in order. Oops, but they're still Season 0, so it works, I guess. Blue Yoshi, cybernetic, with the superpowered mind of my Jimmy Neutron self, coming up with a mechanical canine Blue Yoshi, bark bark. So that's Goddard Yoshi design from the Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius episodes that I made. At this point, I will let you know that because of YouTube being YouTube, any game that I released on the YouTube site that has to do strongly with a movie title, movie game, I tried not to release it too often because they said that it was against the rules, and I got a strike because they said they could not tell the difference between a movie game and a movie. So I can't play movie games and release them on my YouTube. Every other game, fine, but not the movie games. Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius is based on a movie. So, fortunately, it's another game got issues that YouTube has issues with, so I'm just like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'll hold that one on too as a private video, whatever. So, you won't see that one, unfortunately. But I think it's a pretty cool design. I did all the, like, noticed that Goddard was full of, like, wires, metal wires and stuff like that, and I decided to do the same thing with Blue Yoshi and make it a combo between Blue Yoshi and Goddard. Now, another game. Speaking of that whole issue, this was the game that had the biggest issue with me being stricken by YouTube. I said Spider-Man the movie, the game, on when I was first releasing this and on YouTube, and they thought it was a movie, and so I got stricken because they couldn't tell it was a video game. But either way, I decided to play the Amazing Spider-Man video game for a stream, and this is the title card for it. This is a representation of myself, my comic, as wearing the same kind of costume that Spider-Man was wearing at the very beginning of the movie with the Sam Raimi series, which was the wrestler outfit. My icon is in the middle there, my superhero self icon. Bringing back good times, good memories. Aside from the strike, it was a good time. Now, I didn't just play the first movie, I also played the second movie. Once again, I decided to go with an armored suit version, taking the mask that my superhero self wears, and the eyes are you can't see my pupils because in Spider-Man, a lot of the Spider-Mans, you can't see Spider-Man's eyes through the mask, so I figured to go with that design. Additionally, I believe I decided to put Spider-Man 1 and Spider-Man 2 on the side to represent it being kind of like a comic book. Actually, not only that, but also yeah. Yeah, so in the come on, we look for just a simple picture. Simple picture. So in the with the Spider-Man 2 video game, Spider-Man 1 video game, for a stylistic choice, they decided to make Spider-Man 2 with the title being on the side. So that's what I did with that. I also was invited by, I'll just say names. I won't say anything. I'm just going to say names. I'm not going to imply person, people. I'm just going to say names. I was invited by Sugar Bomb VR to play in the with the Wolfpack to play Among Us. And if you were watching that episode, things got a little heated. Um, Not necessarily to me, but around me. But at the same time, I thought, they're still good friends, and they still are. Sugar is still a good friend. Um, Maz is still a good friend. Uh, a good amount of the Wolfpack are still good friends. A good amount. So after the Let's Play, I decided to draw Ditto Me in one of the Amogus suits. I specifically made it so that the face of the like the astronaut would be like it just the slime stops at the shield, the casing of the Omega's space suit, and then all of it, all the rest of it is just covered in inside with slime. You know, ditto the slime creature, shapeshifting slime creature. And I made this after our Let's Play when I was hanging out with Sugar and Maz. And yeah, I had a great time with them. Mystery Mayhem is next. Going back to the Halloween episodes, took a little detour there. That's how I knew it wasn't completely in order, but you might notice. So we going back to Halloween. I'm looking for it. Yes. So I wasn't gonna make a beige Yoshi. I think that I don't know how that would look, but I needed another color, so I decided to go with the Scooby Doo fruit snacks color, which represented Shaggy in purple. Ironically enough, Shaggy was the purple character. So I made, since I had Scooby already, I went ahead and made a purple Yoshi. Hello, Arya. How are you doing? So I decided to make purple Yoshi Scooby-Doo from Scooby-Doo Mystery Mayhem. I also, good to hear. It has been a bit. Yep. There is a lot of streamers enjoy zombies and different content like that. What I decided to do with I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I decided to go with I prefer over zombies, which were so I decided to make Evil Dead a fistful of boomstick. I don't know how to play that game. We've been going back with my comic. In my comic, I and Clone Me go to in different ways and we don't meet each other till close to the end. But I have my ghost powers at that point. I have not mastered them. And for those of you who have seen Evil Dead Army of Darkness, you'll know that Ash, our main character, Ashley Williams, gets a Deadite version of himself who claims, I'm bad Ash and you're good Ash. You're a goody little two shoes. So I also get an evil version of myself. At the very beginning, they look just like me, but moving onward, they get more, just like other Ash, they get more creepy looking. They eventually get, at that point have learned that my aura being light blue, similar to Frostbite, going back to the Danny Phantom stuff. Their aura being a Deadite, me being ghost powered, them being Deadite powered. Their aura being red, they love blood, they love to kill, they love all of the bad, they're evil. And so I tried to represent at that time, around middle school, high school age, what would be the scary, like creepy version of me. Hydrate. There you go. I decided to represent what would be a Deadite version of me. Try to go ahead and get that. So there's me in like a knight's armor, and there is like Deadite me. So we're fighting, crossing swords, which also represents Star Wars Episode 3, Obi-Wan versus Anakin. The blue or green versus the red lightsabers. Moving on, I didn't just play the first Evil Dead game, I also played the second. Now, I've realized after making the first title card, it's kind of wrong of me to not have Ash be in the title card. So I decided to have middle is Ashley Williams, Evil Dead star, my drawing at the time of Bruce Campbell. Ash left is me, and the right is my good clone self. Again, they get their powers from not ghost powers, but they are more mortal, but with advanced technologies. Advanced technologies being from Predator. It's a good movie series and good TV series. I suggest it. If you can handle zombies, I think you can handle Deadites. They're the comical version of zombies. So on the left, me, middle, Ash, right is good clone me. Now in the movie, they Ash and his evil self meet, and Ash's evil self does the whole stick with the "I'm bad Ash and you're good Ash. You're a goody little two shoes, goody little two shoes, goody little two shoes," and he does a little dance, which he keeps kicking good Ash, and Ash takes out his shotgun and blows the head off of evil version of Ash. In the fanfiction comic that I made, my good clone self decides, I've had enough of this, and takes out their plasma cannon supplied by the Yajuta Predator civilization, and blasts evil me, the evil version of me. That was when we both looked the same, and he was just like, okay, well, he's calling himself evil, and he's kicking the other guy. Blast. So this is later, when Ash trying to rally King Arthur and Merlin and the rest of the people in the castle. I'm not going to spoil what happens, but I'll say that it is a good movie. This is the third movie out of the series. Now, in November, I had to take a break because I was moving. I came back. Similar to my first episode, I wanted to go ahead and see, could I actually do this? Could I, play a game and actually stream it? But instead of playing Rugrats, I decided to go straight for the heart of things and play a test game. Super Nintendo Switch, also known as Burn In slash Test Cartridge. Now, in the give me one moment. I have to let a picture load up. There you go. So for the original, whenever they would send them for your house, they would always get a Super Nintendo test cartridge. Never need it to happen, but I like for magazines and stuff. Hey, just so you know, if you need with your Super Nintendo, we got these. So that's what I was basing it on. And the hat, you might notice, isn't Mario's usual hat. It is, in fact, Mickey's hat from Steamboat Willie. Because I was thinking, well, we're already going black and white with the design. Might as well go all the way with it. And with the eyes looking like Steamboat Willie, too. Also kind of tried to do like I'm holding a wrench with one hand, but I'm also steering a wheel with another hand. And that was the game that I had to go back to. When I went back after traveling. It was still Halloween, and I said when I came back the following Halloween, I would play one game. I mean, the games from Halloween that I could not play because of how much of a pain in the butt traveling is. But I was playing SpongeBob SquarePants Revenge of the Flying Dutchman. Now, you might notice something different about the Flying Dutchman. Exactly look like his usual self, which is look. This. But those of you who have seen movies from the decades that this particular character came out would have probably known that this Flying Dutchman wasn't the SpongeBob SquarePants Flying Dutchman, naturally, but he was someone who a moment. Instead had a ship called the Flying Dutchman. Dave Jones. So I took the idea of the Flying Dutchman ghost and gave the design to Davy Jones from the Pirates of the Caribbean series, and this is the drawing that I came up with. Moving on, we had that game of King Kong, and there was an old retro game that I really wanted to play, and I really wanted to see the new version of it, and I decided to do so. Right. Now, why is the fur white of Rampage Gorilla main character here? Well, in the Rampage movie, the gorilla has white fur. So there you go. George, I believe. George, Lizzie, and Ralph. George the gorilla, Lizzie the lizard, and Ralph the wolf are the three main characters of Rampage. George here came with the idea of let's turn the King Kong character, let's turn all the character fur white. That's what we did. And also, that would be very useful for our next design. I decided to take the same ideas and everything and apply it to look out, you beauties, here comes Donkey Kong. Decided to add it to DK, Donkey Kong's design, and I knew that asteroids would be playing with me, so I gave them a gray version of Donkey Kong's friend Diddy Kong. I knew that Diddy, naturally, he has red hat, he has red shirt, but Asteroid's hair color is forest green, so I decided to change the colors there. Change the hairdo a little bit, change the eyepiece to what Donkey Kong at this point used to have his eyes look like. Give the Donkey Kong collar, keep the muscles from the original drawing, and start playing on the Donkey Kong Country. That concludes Season 0. Moving on to Season 1. First game I decided to one of the first games I decided to play for Metal Gear Solid. Alright. Yep, spoiling with my tongue. One of the first games that I decided to play for Season 1 was Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes, the GameCube remake of the game that I never played, but I only played on the GameCube. Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes. I took the idea of my superhero self. I knew that Snake's bandana would be a good design for the mask that my comic book superhero fanfiction self wears, and just cut 2 ice holes on the bandana and design it like that. Also feel a little bit like the age of superhero me in this one gets a little bit of an upgrade on the age. But moving on to Kingdom Hearts. Me as Sora. Again, still continuing with the idea of the 4 main representatives: Blue Yoshi, Superhero Me, and Human Me. Human Me dressed up like Sora for Kingdom Hearts 1. I even modeled the art similar to how Sora looks in the Kingdom Hearts PS2 manual, from what I remembered. It is a great game, yes, and a great game series too. Now, going back to my superhero self, for a noir version of my superhero self, for Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions. Before Spider-Man Enter the Spider-Verse came out, there was Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions, where Spider-Man met Spider-Man 2099, Ultimate Spider-Man, and Noir Spider-Man. So this is the noir version of my superhero self. Black and white, and the superhero Spider-Man eyes, similar to Spider-Man 2, being blanked out. I also tried to make it look a little bit more like a rough character by having just like a jacket collar and not a full-on superhero neck piece. I also feel like I should probably, yeah, I should go ahead and off a little bit of what was being like art. So yeah, that's the noir version of their entire world in the game. I remember it was either very heavily shadowed or black and white all the time. So naturally, after beating Donkey Kong Country 1 with asteroids, we wanted to move on to Donkey Kong Country. Now, asteroids has a VR chat self with orange hair. So I have me, well, I have as Diddy, asteroids, Kong, me, and asteroids other look as Dixie Kong. In the original, well, also you'll notice on the tie, it says 87 instead of Donkey Kong DK. Slots87 / Slots90 on YouTube. Check out my About section. Again, all these games are on my YouTube. They used to be on the Twitch channel, but that's a whole nother can of worms. Just if you're interested, there you go. I believe asteroids also a hidden sign on their hats. Let me check on that one. Yep, asteroids instead of Nintendo. I noticed that there was a little difference on there. Yes, I do enjoy hiding little secrets every once in a while on these. Now, the eyes in the old days of Donkey Kong with the Nintendo 64 games with the Mario Party, whenever he closed his eyes, that would be how he looked. The eyes would have little like closes on them. So also here that like not going full human, but I mean not going full alien, but we're still in costume with this. You can see that we have the human noses, and it's the first Donkey Kong picture I think that wasn't a gorilla that I used multiple times. Try new things with the first season that weren't in this season 0. I then went into Animal Crossing. We'll go a little bit longer. I don't mind. At least just we'll finish off the Animal Crossing, then we'll choose a raid target. By this point, my big years of playing Animal Crossing were kind of over. 2020 was over. Me as a villager on the title card. But I had more things to show off. The first part was just me showing off, hey, so how do we get here in the Animal Crossing? I also Animal Crossing Festival episode with Carnival, New Orleans. Animal Crossing holiday. I had an Easter Animal Crossing special. I heard that, oh, Animal Crossing is going to get an update. Naturally, why else would it bring in something so late into this game that should possibly be a good chance it should have been there from the very beginning? Gyroids and Brewster were added into the game. So they finally added the coffee shop there. I decided to play and show off what happens for Turkey Day, their Thanksgiving, and I played for in December after Christmas Carol. I played for Toy Day, their Christmas equivalent. Now, after showing all this off, I will say that a lot of this doesn't need explanation. In 2.0, the gyroids were there finally for Festival. Well, that mascot of the festival, I Pave, feathers, feathers for Pave. I drew Pave for that. For Easter, instead of Zipper T Bunny, which for asteroids is nightmare fuel, I decided to go ahead and draw who I was looking for, the character I wanted to go ahead and add to the island, the Sanrio rabbit. Toby. I remember the character's design and everything, but not the name. For Turkey Day, we had Franklin, and we had, I believe, Jolly for Toy Day. And me as we were looking back in a slideshow style presentation. I'll be coming back with more episode. Hold on, let's do a commercial break. All right. So, we'll be coming back tomorrow with more title cards. In the meantime, this is school, so I don't want to say it's work, but especially because first day. But if you are interested, wait a second. Why haven't I seen any of these title cards? You only have a couple episodes on your Twitch. Do you what else? Where else are you? I have a YouTube. Be sure to, if you're interested, check it out. If you have not yet seen me on YouTube, I put all of my broadcast onto that YouTube. And we'll be coming back tomorrow with more title cards. This is my plan for July. I'm going to go ahead and go through the title cards. What my brain was thinking at the time. Now here's the thing. Also, I don't mind telling you what my prototype idea was. My prototype idea was taking clips from those episodes, the most watched clips, and just putting them back to back, making a clip show, putting them back to back, and that was it. But I think this gets a little bit more personal. Gets you an idea of who I am, what was going through my head while I was playing these, at least while I was making these arts. Maybe more indication on who a dog boy I am, and we'll continue with it tomorrow. But in the meantime, thank you everyone for watching. Have a great night. Stay safe, and I look forward to seeing you all on tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Schedule is up. It does say mystery right now, but you know what's up. And let's go ahead and find someone to raid off to. I don't know how loud the internet's going. Loading. It's not gonna show. I don't know how loud the video clips that I played were for you. Hopefully not too loud, but I'll see when it comes to the after stream. Thank you for joining me, Arya. Let's go ahead and find someone to raid off to. Twitch takes a little bit to load. So, yeah. All right. My internet's dying. Let's go ahead and raid off. Please give love and support to Hopper, and I'll see you all on tomorrow. Later. Hello, everyone, and class will begin soon. We will let people know that we're streaming, we're teaching, and then we'll continue with our lessons of YouTube title cards. gonna do a quick audio check here. Testing. 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 You know what? Testing. Testing. Yeah, that's... Unfortunately, this is the microphone I should be using. Might hear some background fan noise. Testing. All right. So, testing. Still hearing myself. I'm not sure where that's coming from, but either way. I noticed last time, picking things up from last time, we, give me a moment. Testing. I don't know why it, whatever. Picking things up from last time, we were on the Animal Crossing New Horizons, and I realized that I did not say too much about who Toby is, what the importance of Toby. So every once in a while, Animal Crossing has done tie-ins with crossover tie-ins with other franchises. 7-Eleven was not one that New Horizons had. Monster Hunter was not one that New Horizons had. Book Paper Company. Hallmark was not one that Animal Crossing New Horizons had, but what it did have was a collaboration with Sanrio, which is the Hello Kitty group. And one of the Hello Kitty characters was Caro Caro Carope. And for all the Animal Crossing tie-in characters with the collab, they gave another species to, so they didn't go with a frog for whatever reason, but instead they went with a give me a moment. So instead they went with a rabbit, named the rabbit Toby, and give me another moment. Testing. Good. Name the rabbit Toby. And I figured, well, it's Easter. Easter rabbit, naturally. They just released their collaboration with Sanrio, so we can have our rabbit being not the nightmare fuel to some Zipper T bunny, but instead the character of Toby. Now, moving onward to we had the next game after Metal Gear Solid 1, naturally, comes. It's in some ways as good, in some ways worse. Metal Gear Solid 2. And I thought, well, you know what? I think we'll go ahead and do is we will start swapping certain details with their with the Kingdom Hearts characters. At least give a little bit of a nod to them. Unfortunately, that didn't continue, but at the same time, I also knew the voice of Raiden is the same voice as Axel, so I decided to have Axel's little triangles under his eyes be on Raiden's face. There you go. Yep, Quentin Flynn is the voice actor for both Raiden and Axel, so moving along. I also would like really quick to show you something else I tried to do at the beginning. With these is that I decided to have the title be on the top, then the bottom, then the top, then the top, and the bottom. Moving on. We went to Spider-Man Friend or Foe, which this works out with this particular title card because I was a little sketchy with the details, and I still am to a certain degree. but I knew that for one of the Spider-Man issues, Spider-Man becomes Spider-Lizard, so that kind of gave me the idea of, okay, well, what if instead of Spider-Lizard, we went with Spider-Yoshi, and the lizard is green, Yoshi is green, so we won't need to change the color of the Yoshi. Continuing on, there was another Spider-Man game, Spider-Man Web of Shadows, which allows you to decide about, are you going to be good Spider-Man or bad Spider-Man? One of those games that came out around the same time as Epic Mickey and Web of Shadows and Infamous, that gave you the, oh, well, you can go ahead and be good or you can be bad storylines. So what I went with for this title card was my superhero self. And remember how I said that I based my powers and everything on Danny Phantom's world and everything? I naturally had every single I netwise every single image that I try to find the same thing where it's not a JPEG, it's a web picture. You don't own this character, don't pretend that you do and have it stored as a web picture so you can't, other people can't get to it easy. So, Vlad Plasmius would be the villainous side of my ghost powers. So I drew a more Vlad-based picture for, instead of Spider-Man and a symbiote, me, my ghost powers, and a more Vlad Plasmius side. There we go. Moving on. I decided to go with Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. This was the game that made a lot of people realize, wait a second, Riku is actually pretty cool. He's not just what he was in Kingdom Hearts 1, a selfish, kind of selfish, arrogant little brat. He owns up to his failures and helps Sora, Mickey, and all the characters, Goofy, Donald, and all those characters, as soon as he learns from his mistakes in Kingdom Hearts 1. The very beginning of the tipping point for why I said during the Smash ballots why Riku should be in Smash Brothers. Because Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories originally was on Game Boy Advance. And Riku is the star of Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. I'm not going to say that Sora is the star when he decides, no, I'm going to flip the script. I'm going to act like this selfish little brat, tell Goofy and Donald that I'm had enough of them, and face things just because some girl that I have had memory issues with is suddenly in trouble. No, Riku is the star of Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. So I drew Riku. Also, Sora was already in Kingdom Hearts 1. That's the title card. So, after Metal Gear Solid 2, I kind of was like, well, okay. We have a card game. I was trying to do Kingdom Hearts and Metal Gear Solid, similar to how I'm doing Far Cry and Pokemon and Far Cry now. So I figured, well, we have a card game, Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. Why don't we have a Metal Gear Solid card game for the Metal Gear Solid side? And I did that. So I drew, what was her name? I drew Teleco, but I also wanted to use the art stylings of from somewhere else. Wait a second, it's a card game. So again, it takes a while when they just decide web picture, everything web picture. So I decided to go ahead and get out the inspiration of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it was a card game. I decided to take Toliko and Tay Gardner, combine them for a picture, and use Tay Gardner's general art style for Toliko. And that was the result. Nope, wrong one. Yep, there we go. Alright. Next up is X-Men Destiny. Once again, I have decided to use my superhero self for this one because it had to do with superheroes. Not just that, I decided come on. Okay, so I can't exactly find the picture, but there is a Ultimate Spider-Man issue where Spider-Man is invited by the X-Men to go ahead and become a member of the X-Men, live at the Xavier Institute in the Ultimate Spider-Man universe, as I believe the story is, and they do a pose similar to what I've got set up here. Now, when I was playing Metal Gear Acid 1, I found out that they didn't just take Metal Gear Solid 1 and Metal Gear Solid 2 and put those into the carts. And I didn't want to keep going if they, with Metal Gear Acid, if they decided to take anything more than that, and they did, they went with Metal Gear Solid 3. So I took a break from Metal Gear Acid 1, and I put myself in, continued with Metal Gear Solid 3. Started with Metal Gear Solid 3. Now, I did a bunch of leaves, we're in the jungle, the color scheme of the yellow, and very important that we have the leaves like falling, because I wanted to use that as a conceptual idea of what could, without you playing the game with I wanted to have the leaves fall in a certain position so that Naked Snake, as Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake is different than Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2 Snake. So Naked Snake would have one eye covered. Not going to give spoilers on why that is, but I will just say it has to do with the plot for why his eye would be covered by a leaf. But yeah, just going generally with the jungle theme with the leaves and everything. Next up, there was a game that you could do racing on with your car, you could do racing on with a watercraft, and you could do racing off with a plane. Now I knew that the one that I played and enjoyed the most was the reboot of Diddy Kong Racing. And that reboot got me to think of someone else who flies a plane in a reboot of something that I enjoyed as a kid. So I decided to make Diddy Kong, but give them closer to their look from the launch pad. So Launchpad's outfit from the reboot of DuckTales. So I was trying to do a reboot of something that I loved as a kid, Diddy Kong Racing. One of the main reasons why I got into Nintendo 64. And the DuckTales series Launchpad's outfit put on Diddy. And that'd be the Diddy Kong Racing DS title card. Moving on, we had already done the Sam Raimi Spider-Man, but we still, before I played one of the big title games that I got a PlayStation, what was it, 4 to play, which was the new Spider-Man series. I wanted to go more into the Spider-Man games, so I played Amazing Spider-Man, including my superhero self. The city is in the background of the game, box art. The Spider-Man of the Amazing Spider-Man series has reflective eye shaped, so I decided to take that eye shape and reflect the city color of the yellow back. Also, I don't know if I purposely did this or not, but I have a smaller symbol for my main icon of my superhero self, more of a muscular build, representing the Amazing Spider-Man way that they kind of looked, where it was more... A lot of people say Amazing Spider-Man was really good at just doing the Spider-Man stuff and not really good at the Peter Parker stuff. Sam Raimi's Spider-Man was really good at the Peter Parker stuff, but not really good at the Spider-Man stuff. So I kind of just have a more muscular build for, yes, I'm really good at the superhero stuff. Then I decided to move on to Marvel Spider-Man. I drew I had the eyes on the top. bottom, the more the Spider-Man's symbol from the new Spider-Man game. Then, for the DLC, I decided to switch it up a little bit. And the way that I would switch things up was I would play one of the Spider-Man games, the Sam Raimi third game, using using the symbiote pose from the Secret Wars issue. Because the big thing about Spider-Man 3 was, whoa, we're getting Venom in this movie. Yes, I remember that. I remember how excited everyone was about Venom being in Spider-Man 3. And I was just like, okay, sounds cool, but we'll see how it works. And then when everyone was upset that Venom wasn't great in the series, and I was a little upset myself, wasn't really as upset as other people because I didn't think Venom would be, well, for two things. One, I didn't know Venom as well as a lot of other people did. I remember them from the animated series, but I was like, well, if they want to focus on other villains, that's okay. I really do like Venom from what I remember. And when Spider-Man 1 and 2 came out, I watched more of the animated series. The old one, where Venom looked like that. Yes. Where Venom looked like this. And I just kind of couldn't. I really wanted that to happen, but I couldn't see it 100%. If within the same world as what we got with Green Goblin and Doc Ock, so I was hopeful, but I didn't see it happening 100%, and it didn't happen 100%. So kind of lessened the feelings of I can't believe it didn't happen. It was not as good as I thought. Stuff like that. But going out of that, I wanted all of the movies, the video games that I would base the DLC Spider-Mans on backgrounds to be based on one thing. You might notice the webs, blue with red. What's that about? Well, we had, during that time, Spider-Man Pop-Tarts. Sam Raimi had this design for Spider-Man Pop-Tarts. So I decided to, we played through Spider-Man 3, Sam Raimi's final game with this movie series and everything. I also have my little emblems on the hands representing where the webs would come out, because if I remember correctly, with the Venom suit, the webs come out more from the hands than from the back of the hands. Kind of a thing of, well, the symbiote suit got some things right, but it didn't get everything correctly. And that was the lead up to the first DLC, where I took the Spider-Man emblem from Sam Raimi's Spider-Man and put it onto the title card. We then moved on to we were finished with one, and again, I'm pretty sure this was right after or right before Spider-Man No Way Home. I kind of, if it happened before, then I was just like, well, were 3 Spider-Mans and there's 3 things of DLC. Maybe, considering that they have all the suits over there, I'll go ahead and have 1 DLC per, DLC pack. If it happened afterwards, then yeah, I just decided I like the movie so much, let me go ahead and, I'm pretty sure it happened before, but I you can check on my YouTube to make sure. In fact, I could do that too. But yeah, if it happened, if the movie happened before that, then I just was excited about the movie, and I said, oh yeah, let's put all those together. Actually, YouTube's kind of slow on my end. Give me a moment. Yeah, so I started my idea in 2021. Which is ironic because No Way Home was also 2021. So still kind of difficult to tell. Mine was in November. The movie came out in December. But maybe by that point I had kind of already known from the leaks. Who knows? Either way, it doesn't change that I had already, at this point, come up with the idea. We have three movie series, three things of DLC. Let's use Spider-Man, all three of those. But we had the Spider-Man Sam Raimi game, Spider-Man 3. We needed an amazing Spider-Man game. Now, I hadn't played this before. Spider-Man 3 I had, honestly, much better ending for Venom, which I think that they should have gone with the movie, but that was in hindsight. I know the game comes out afterwards most of the time. Spider-Man 3's ending is that Venom gets knocked out, and Spider-Man is like, oh, well, I guess he's gone. Spider-Man 3, the movie's ending, spoiler, is that Spider-Man and Eddie Brock burn alive on a pumpkin bomb, and there is no more Venom in that series because of, I think honestly Sam Raimi had a pretty tiresome time working with Venom as a concept, and he was just like, no, I don't want to do this again, let's burn him. So I decided to use my superhero self again. Now there is a reason for this pose here. With a lot of the superhero Spider-Man comic books that are featuring a villain, you kind of see the villains, pardon the phrase, endgame with their issues. And what would happen if the villain actually won? What would they do? And I knew that Sergov Craven was one of the main villains for Amazing Spider-Man 2. And this is the first picture that I can see of this concept, so I'll just use this one. For one of the comic issues, they have Craven just posing in the front with a skull of Spider-Man on the bottom. Again, it's what would the villain actually do if they won? Well, they would just enjoy running New York and use Spider-Man's skull as a trophy. So that's why I got the pose like this. But, naturally I didn't want to have anyone be the skull, but I decided what is Craven's big thing, and what is Craven's big thing? Hunting animals. What would be the funniest outcome for an animal to hunt? Trying to find the right picture. Well, I can't find it. I'll just use another one. I just decided, let's go ahead and have that little skull be replaced with a mole, but not just any mole. We would use a whack-a-mole. So that way it's just like I'm putting my foot on a mole, a whack-a-mole character that you would see at an arcade, where you take the hammer and they pop up out of the machine and you hit them with this little toy hammer. Just my foot right onto it. Also, because I want to show this off, this is what the amazing Spider-Man Pop-Tarts look like, which I used for the background, because my mod / VR daughter, Pepper Fox, loved to joke around with how much I ate Pop-Tarts every morning for breakfast. So I figured, well, also may or may not have been one of the reasons why were all the Spider-Man and character tie-ins with the Pop-Tarts. These, I think I've even had, I knew I had other Spider-Man ones. I think the little spiders are little sprinkles. Yep, they're like dark blue sprinkles that they made to look just like spiders. Well, at least cartoony spiders. So I had completed Amazing Spider-Man 2. I don't think I had a good time. I think it was convoluted. It was. What are you trying to do? You clearly with Amazing Spider-Man 1, you were trying to build between Amazing Spider-Man 1 and Amazing Spider-Man 2. Amazing Spider-Man 2, you didn't know what you were doing, so you just decided to throw everything in from the second movie and more. So either way, we used the Amazing Spider-Man suit design and this outfit for our second DLC for Spider-Man title card. Now, unfortunately, and still unfortunately, there are no Spider-Man, Marvel's Spider-Man, the what was his name? Yep, Tom Holland. The Tom Holland Spider-Man never got a video game, unfortunately. Very unfortunately, because the one closest Spider-Man game that I came up with, and I decided, you know what would be really cool is if I took everything that they could put into the new Spider-Man movie. We saw that in the last Venom movie, Venom 2, Venom, in fact, this is why I feel like this was definitely before the movie. Venom was licking the TV, saying, "Oh, I recognize that boy out here, that Spider-Man. I don't know what is going through the symbiote's head, but either way, I decided to take the concept of that and the concept of Tom Holland's second movie's suit and make Ultimate Spider-Man this title card. The game that should have been made, I feel. I have not seen Venom 3 yet as of me streaming this. I think Spider-Man 3 was... Tom Holland's Spider-Man 3 was really great, honestly. But if they wanted to do an in-between movie with Venom and Tom Holland's Spider-Man, that would have been great too. So that's the title card that I made. Unfortunately, Ultimate Spider-Man was not this game. Also, thinking about it, yes, Venom was in the game. You played some of the story as Spider-Man from Ultimate Spider-Man, some of the story from as Venom from Ultimate Spider-Man. And let me show off that Pop-Tart. This is the Tom Holland Spider-Man Pop-Tart. I took out the Spider-Man symbol and I put in the webbing for our Ultimate Spider-Man title card. Apparently they're still on sale. I have no idea, but either way. But I wasn't completely finished. There was a third DLC. So I used the Tom Holland Spider-Man Spider for our third DLC pack. And at that point, we had finished Marvel's Spider-Man. Almost completely. We'll take a commercial break and be right back. Now, I'm going a bit off list here. So I can go ahead and say, after our Marvel Spider-Man Let's Plays, I wanted to end on, well, what's the future of the Marvel Spider-Man games? And I knew that there was Miles Morales Spider-Man, which I still haven't played, but there are two Spider-Men that aren't Spider-Man Peter Parker that I know of, that I knew of. One was Miles Morales, and the second being time traveler, Miguel O'Hara, Spider-Man: Edge of Time. I decided to have the pose for Miguel O'Hara, Spider-Man 2099. In reference to another time traveling thing, because before I played this, what I had heard was, oh, it's going to be great. We love time travel movies, and we threw a lot of conceptual movies and things inside this game for you to celebrate and enjoy. Just a bunch of Easter eggs to time travel things, and that wasn't the case. They threw a lot of, hey, remember what they said no to in Batman Begins? Batman Beyond? Remember what they said no to in Batman Beyond? Let's go ahead and throw that into Spider-Man: Edge of Time. And I only found out about this part recently with the Beyond stuff. I know it doesn't make sense, but we can go ahead and take characters that are modern day Spider-Man and just give them a 2099 symbol and say that they're good and they're the future character and stuff like that. But going back to what did I base the pose on? I based the pose for Miguel O'Hara on another time traveling movie, Back to the Future. I even had a spotlight of Spider-Man: Edge of Time, similar to the same way that they had Back to the Future. Had the rift opening up in the back instead of the DeLorean. I'm going to check something really quick. Let's go with the other... Well, we were done with the Spider-Man series for right now. This was the first one, really. Yep. Okay. So, I guess we'll go back to the other one first. Okay, well, let's compare something really quick. So, at this point, I did kind of a rebranding. I decided, let me take my watermark, which was Blue Yoshi, and make it more personal. make it me, not just Yoshi, me. Why? Because I felt like at any point, this is not my IP, I don't own Yoshi, Nintendo could say, please to understand, we have everything that you own now. And I was like, I would have been just like, oh, well, I did put Yoshi on everything, I guess I can't argue with it. Try to do more, I'll do more, and Nintendo didn't say this, by the way. I'm just saying that if they did, I wouldn't have had a defense. But I decided to have me instead of Yoshi. That's why, for my opening animation, which used to be Yoshi doing the same thing, it's me now. So I rebranded quite a bit. The coin, the star, I left. Let's be honest, as much as they would love to claim they do, that star, that coin, may be from Mario games, but they don't own coins, they don't own stars. Good point to this is they would have sued, I think it's Carl's Jr. by now, if they did, for the star, which is the biggest, like, well, maybe they do, maybe they own that. I don't think so. The coin is a Japanese coin that they just decided to put into all the put into the Marvel games. I've got Spider-Man on the screen. Naturally, I'm going to think Spider-Man for a second. So, unfortunately, this was the first game that I decided to do that with, at least for the watermark. Moving backward though, we had played through Donkey Kong Country 1. We had played through Donkey Kong Country 2. Donkey Kong Country 3 was only our next option, which had 3 Kongs, and the 4th Kong, Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong, were captured. Uh-oh, Dixie needs another Kong to work with. They chose Kitty Kong. Just like giving baby Mario steroids and saying, go fight the giant crocodiles. They grew quickly tiresome for asteroids. For me, I just decided, okay, this is a meat shield. They are the same size as Donkey Kong for whatever reason. So let's just use them as defense. Sure. Now before any of that was made into my knowledge of how tiresome Kitty Kong would be in this game, we had I needed to make a title card because I tried to do that right after the first episode. I knew that Kitty was not going to be on the same level as Diddy, Donkey Kong, Dixie. Why? Well, unfortunately, unlike their brother, I think it was, closer relative, Chunky Kong, Kitty was not seen favorably enough to have them in anything else. Chunky also was seen unfavorably, but I do enjoy Chunky. My favorite Kong from Donkey Kong 64. We'll get there. So, it was basically instead of 3 men and a baby, it was 3 Kongs and a baby. So, all of those Kongs, but at the same time, we had a random baby Kong that they wanted to put into Donkey Kong Country 3. I don't know. You'll notice that my 87 is on there, similar to how in we had the for Donkey Kong Country 2 we had the DK swapped out for 87, and Asteroid's hat says Asteroids, like how at that point Diddy's hat said Nintendo on it. But this wasn't the last of our rare games. We finished Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3, and while Asteroids was on vacation, I decided to play one of Rare's most recent games because they added Jack Sparrow into it. That game being Sea of Thieves. Going back to my human self, adding on a blue vest, a red collar. Why? Well, and what is this poster? Well, or what was this poster based on? Well, before Banjo-Kazooie came out, they were originally going to make Project Dream. Project Dream had a villain, and that villain was Captain Black Eye. You can see Captain Black Eye's poster portrait in Banjo-Kazooie in the Mad Monster Mansion, right? Yeah. So that's what I based that on. Banjo-Kazooie, naturally, Banjo's backpack is blue. Kazooie's wings are red. So that's where I got that from. Also, if you'll notice, the hat, it doesn't have a swashbuckling pair of swords. It has a semi-skeleton-y. You can pretend that's either Banjo or Kazooie. I might have left it vague for a reason. It was time then for my 1-year anniversary special. What should I do for the anniversary special? Well, let's play the same game that I played at the very beginning 1 year afterwards. Let's play Rugrats Search for Reptar, and this time let's do it right by having me draw Reptar on a gold plaque with an award of Reptar's head as a, hey, congratulations, you made it a year. I tried to make it look kind of like burned into the plaque. 1-year anniversary special, as you can see. I'm noticing that at that point I had not played Edge of Time, Spider-Man Edge of Time yet, because you can tell the Yoshi is not there. I mean, the Yoshi is there. We finished Metal Gear Acid, so I decided to make Portable Ops. Title card, play that, because that was, and I'm going to get some disagreements about this, I'm sure, the only PSP Metal Gear Solid game worth anything was Portable Ops. Metal Gear Acid was okay. It had nothing to do with Snake. They threw a Snake in there and said, oh yeah, now it's a Metal Gear Solid game. It makes no sense, but no, it's Snake, buy it. Portable Ops was my ideal. Something that they threw into Metal Gear Solid 5 because it was so good. Let's take all of the enemies and make them soldiers on your team. And who was leading the charge at the time? Your commander from Metal Gear Solid 1. Your colonel. Roy Campbell, which Naked Snake evidently found in a jail cell, and Roy Campbell helped you to get your armies up and running. Now, I did have some certain disagreements in this game, but overall, I think it was a good game. It did get me upset at some points. You can hear that, and it was a... believe it was an M-rated game, so yeah. Now, naturally, I drew Roy Campbell as a mix between who he was in Portable Ops and becoming a colonel by giving him his hat that he has in Metal Gear Solid 1. This was a prologue for him. I figured, you know what? I've been having a good time. Let's try something new. And enjoy some carnival games with my Vive headset. And Carnival Games VR was the game that I picked. There is some likeness to the way that the carnival collar guy acts, similar to trying to find an official picture, not just a fan art picture of this character. Dick Dastardly, and in that case, who is the one who would do what Dick Dastardly says? His dog, I'm a dog boy, naturally fits, Muttley. So that's where I got that idea of Dick Dastardly as the carnival guy and Muttley as me. Moving on, it was about time. Well, actually, you know what? Before that, I will move this one from my list and put it in front here. We had finished Chain of Memories, which I specifically remember quite vividly saying, yes, we finished a card game. I am glad that I won't have to play another card game. Yes. Paraphrased, not completely exactly what I said, but either way, we were finished with Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. We were finished with Metal Gear Acid. So I moved on to Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days and drew Shion, number 14, I believe, of the organization, with some sea salt ice cream in her hand. Check out the story in either the movie one that I did or the I mean, I didn't make it, but I watched through it and stuff, like played through the game and then watched through the, either way. Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 for the details on who Shion is. Getting ready for my birthday, I was in the employee, not getting paid for it, but in the volunteer service of a certain wolf boy. So I figured I'd put his picture on the wall during this title card and put myself, human me, into a Chuck E. Cheese outfit. For my Chuck E. Cheese Super Collection Let's Play. I am realizing now that I did not have all the things erased from the picture I made, but either way. I have what I believed at the time to be their usual collar, which had a bunch of nice different decorations on it. I had decorations on the sleeves, and my name tag, Slots87/Slots90 on YouTube. But I didn't have Slots90 on the YouTube thing, on the name tag naturally, just to make it a little easier. Once again, if you're interested in seeing any of my works, I'll give a shout out to my own YouTube really quick. If you're interested in seeing any of the works of my uploads or anything, after the upload date on Twitch has finished, because we can't do any more uploads on Twitch because they have a certain limit. Here is a link to my YouTube channel. So, just throwing that out there. Again, people might not know I have a YouTube channel. So there we go. But I was doing the Chuck E. Cheese thing in order to get ready to move into the next big event that I had, which was my birthday. And for my birthday, I decided to go with, looking for it, a Pokemon themed birthday. And not just a Pokemon themed birthday. Once again, last time it was video and this time it is cameras. I did a Pokemon Snap YouTube title card. Because I was very excited to play the new Nintendo game, Pokemon Snap sequel. But before we do that, before I go ahead and we get into that, let me tell you a little bit more about this particular picture. Back in the old days with the original Pokemon Snap, Nintendo 64, protagonist was Todd Snap. As you might notice from the outfit on my title card, I have the shirt. I had blonde hair at the time, and I had a watch that was zigzag pattern of dark blue and light blue. I also enjoyed Pokemon Snap so much that I even had, and for whatever reason I decided to not include it. I don't know why not. A Okay, cool. Yeah. Decide not to save picture. I had a Pikachu camera at the time because I enjoyed Pokemon Snap so much as a kid. And once again, my hair is blonde because I went from blonde to brunette throughout my life. Diglett was the button that you press down for the camera. For whatever reason, I decided not to have that particular camera in this picture. Maybe I'm thinking it's actually just because I wanted to make things look more like the original Pokemon Snap with Todd. Snap even going so far with the Pokemon Snap reference as to have an upside down Pokeball be the background, like on the Pokemon Snap game box. Which ended up leading us to the new game that I was super excited to play. Soon as I find it, find the title card. There we go. New Pokemon Snap, which Todd didn't look like this anymore. We ended up, spoilers, seeing Todd all grown up. So I used that idea with Todd Snap, using the costume once again, and no longer did I take pictures with a camera that you would dispose of. No, now I ended up using something a little bit more modern. Someone would say normie, but it does the job fine. I took pictures with my cell phone. Even have a little Easter egg on there. See if you can tell what it means while I try to myself. Oh yeah, what birthday it was for me. And because I got the ice type of phone, I put on Glaceon Note 9 and made a fake QR code on the bottom. I'm going to take this title card and put it over here with my other birthday. One. Go. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and I think I'll just do this then. But yeah, 31st birthday. Hidden on the phone. Actually, I'll... okay. But yeah. Go back to that. Come next birthday. For right now, we'll continue with our line of title cards. Next birthday on the list. After that, I ended up having a lot of free time to play something. I believe because Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories took so long, and Kingdom Hearts 358 also over 2 took a while too. Either before the birthday or after it, I played Yoshi's Island. Now, because the box art had save, yes, okay. The box art has a Yoshi and a blarg in the water. I decided Yoshi blarg right there. Move it over here. Tried to go with the wall and have a waterfall behind the blarg that I made. Where do I throw my stuff as a content creator? The way to defeat blarg... Rewind. The way to defeat blarg in Yoshi's Island for a little while was to take your egg and throw it into blarg's mouth. It would get stunned, go down, come back up, and then you have to repeat the process. Where do I throw my stuff as a content creator? Well, I decided to combine Twitch's design and YouTube to be the tongue, Twitch to be the monster, and the tongue to be YouTube. So there you go. Once again, continuing with the next Halloween. I ended up playing Wolf Among Us, which I ended up not just drawing, making the characters, but inside us there are inside of us there were three wolves, three main characters, three wolves. So that's where I got that concept from. For that Halloween, I wanted to do something special, so I ended up having Asteroids and I play something other than Donkey Kong Country. Another scary, spooky thing that I came up with. Thank you to my, I'd already said, magnum opus of what Halloween should be, Simpsons Treehouse of Horror. Growing up, it was always the number one thing on my mind of, it's Halloween again, it's time for another episode of Simpsons Treehouse of Horror. But that and Tiny Toon Adventures gave me the idea for this one. In Night Gallery, Rod Serling, known for Twilight Zone, goes ahead and he says, check out this picture. Now, this picture is representative of a scary story. Submitted for your approval. Check out the story that has to do with this picture. In his own Twilight Zone fashion of being more elaborate than that, but I decided Astrids and I would wear Night Gallery tuxedo outfits. Asteroids being represented by their female VRChat self. I even took the Yoshi design that I had going for me at the time, and I made it into a square, like a pellet. I decided to add on my usual flair of gummy worms, the collar being my Scooby-Doo collar, asteroids, female asteroids, hair clips being portraits, my little lapel being a framed picture, asteroids little design on their collar being bits of ink representing, painting. And that was what we did for Left 4 Dead 2. Part 1. Going over to our next title card. Batman Telltale series. We can do this pretty quick, and then we'll find someone to write off to. This also has to do with a picture, a famous painting. Now, when I first played the game, I always thought this was going to be Scarecrow. No, but either way, it's fine, I guess. Vicky Vale. Spoiler. Vicky Vale decides to dress up as this character, which, going with the Night Gallery theme, made me think of the Scream picture. So I had them, you can't tell if they're screaming or if they're just lifting off their helmet. But that's what I came up with for the Batman the Telltale series, season 1. I also wanted to do a Jurassic Park while we were on the Telltale train of Wolf Among Us, Batman. Let's go with Jurassic Park 2, because that can also be, scary at some moments. Giant dinosaurs. Again, Simpsons Treehouse of Horror did it. Why not me? And one of the things that always got me to not think of skeletons as being creepy was in the opening of Jurassic Park, all the pictures and everything. It has a frozen skeleton of a T-Rex. I always thought of, well, I think every picture of here is not an official picture or anything, but I always thought of like a dancing skeleton with a top hat. But yeah, give me one moment so I can take a pill, and I can make sure that other me takes their pill. All right. So, I think that's a good place to leave off for right now. When we come back, all this time from when I was playing Spider-Man 2 to well, till midway through the next game that I'm about to show you, I was working with a internet famous wolf boy, and during this next game that I'm going to show you tomorrow, I had realized I didn't want that to happen. Also realizing now, new Pokemon Snap was likely, well, I don't know, it might have been afterwards, but I'm not sure. Either way, this new Pokemon Snap, something that happened during new Pokemon Snap, something that happened during the next game on the list, has to do with why I didn't want to keep going in that direction. We'll go ahead and do a commercial break, and then we'll raid off to someone else completely not like said person, and someone who has become my Oshi. Should they still be streaming, we will raid off to my Oshi. Testing. Okay. So everyone, thank you very much for watching. We'll continue with our lessons of what I was thinking of during my YouTube title cards next time. For right now, though, let's go ahead and raid off to Ari, who is very big heart, big mind, just a wonderful person, and that is what has made me realize that they should be Oshi material. So please give love and support to Ari, and I'll see you all tomorrow for some more YouTube title cards. Later.